Good morning, and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson, and we are doing art today, as expected. Hello, everybody. I see some new faces. Awesome. Welcome to the stream. So this is MouseHunt's Feedback Friday Art Edition. Do this every other week, usually. Cats are being butts. Dogs sleeping on a couch. But yeah, essentially what we do is we paint something for the game, and you guys get to give input on it. Hello, everyone. Guys. Oh my goodness. Charlie is being a butt now that I started the camera up. Charlie! Sorry. I don't know if you can hear that, but there is a lot of hissing. I'll be right back. Hey. Leave your sister alone. Sorry about that. It's a madhouse with 3 cats. So yeah, we draw something for the game. You guys get to give input. Recently, we've been working on the Burrows. No. Bristle. I always get those mixed up. We've been working on the Bristlewoods Rift, and we are actually getting pretty far into it. So I have specific what mouse I'm going to work on today, and we'll see what kind of input you guys want to throw at it. I'll try and incorporate as much as I can without it being too messy and crazy. Every once in a while, I like to do a creation with you guys where it's entirely your control and everything you suggest gets in it, and that gets mad and terrifying and weird looking. No, you can't hear the hissing. Okay, well, it stopped anyways. I broke up their fight. Yeah, that one's Pika. She's pretty chill. Charlie is our little, like, demon baby, who is always wanting to harass Luna, which is our oldest. And they're all torties, so they all blend into all our weird furniture. Yeah, so today I'm going to be creating the white mouse. Not white as in, like the color white, but W-H-I-G-T? I don't know. Brain. I'm an artist. I don't do things. But essentially it's like a lich type character. But of course, we already have a lich, so. There you go. W-I-G-H-T. I don't know if that's what I said or not. But yeah, so let's pop over. This is my template file where I create the Bristlewoods mice. Basically, they all have a backdrop similar to this. This is just kind of the sketched out version. We'll kind of recreate it when we actually get to the end of the image, if the stream lasts that long. Last time I streamed, we got like 5 or 6 hours into it, I feel like, and the internet just completely died fully, because it already died earlier in the day. And unfortunately, my internet was down for a very long time, so I totally forgot to even just upload the final image after it was done, like I said I would. Yeah. Yeah, there's kind of like a clock theme going on. Kind of old, huge gears and like brasswork, that kind of stuff. And it makes it into the mouse designs themselves, like they'll have gears and cogs and like symbols and stuff like that. And then we also have kind of like some quartz as like their magic focuses, or whatever you want to consider it. But yeah, we kind of have some specific themes for this set. that we've been keeping to. Yeah, I'll pop up. This is the white that the character I'm working on today is based off of. Oh my goodness, why is Photoshop being so slow? So this was drawn by Jesse McGibney like 4 years ago, maybe 5. I don't even know. Very long time ago. But he's a very talented artist. So following up his creations, even now, are kind of like, hopefully I can do it justice. Yeah, fantastic design. I wouldn't touch it if I had the option to. But with rifts, we kind of like take all of the mice from like an area that exists already, and we kind of almost reinvent them. Right now, I'm just drinking water. I have some carrot cake tea brewing right now. But yeah, we kind of like reinvent them for their rift form, which is kind of much more powerful and otherworldly thing. It's like almost like the aspect of the mouse in the regular Narnian universe. So this guy will be interesting. I don't really know what I'm going to do with him, other than kind of like maybe do a couple of scribbles and see what works, get some input from you guys, see what you want. Go make his staff fancier and interesting. Get some of that quartz crystal on his jewelry. I'm gonna give him some kind of like clockwork machinery bits, like maybe his arms or something. But yeah, more elaborate weapon and jewelry for sure. Yeah, I like the cloth work. We'll probably change the symbols on the cloth to be kind of more clock based, like Roman numerals or gears or stuff like that. We've been using that on a couple of mice already, so we'll want to, you know, reuse that theme, keep some consistency. Should be more decayed. Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, it could be even more decayed, but like brought back to life with the gears and cogs or something like that. Cool. I like it. I don't know what we want to do with the weapon. Um, I already have like a pendulum as a weapon, and this guy doesn't seem big enough to like wield like a pendulum specifically, but it could be kind of the maybe a mace still, but like it's like a steampunk mace or something. Yeah, the Morning Star is pretty cool. Um, hmm, maybe there's a hole in his chest and we can see a gear there. That's a neat idea. All right. So lots of good suggestions to start. I like it. I'm gonna have to look up this Rita Repulsa's golden staff from Power Rangers to see what that's all about. Nice. That's a very fancy staff, actually. I didn't expect that. It's kind of cool. Oh, Power Rangers. You're ridiculous. Okay. I actually haven't seen it. Mm. Okay. All right, let's start some drawing stuff. So I'm gonna knock back the background just so that when I do my scribblings, it'll be a lot easier to see it because trying to sketch with like black on a nearly black surface, not as easy to see what you're doing. So let's see. First thing to start off with is always the pose. And I want to do something pretty cool, but makes sense for the character. So this guy's like old and decrepit, but still extremely powerful. Um, so, his pose should state that somehow. And that's kind of the challenge. Now, when I do scribbles, I usually start with the head or the torso. I'll start with the head on this one. I think Photoshop is being super slow on me right now. Oh my goodness. I might actually need to like restart my computer because I don't know what's going on, but it's like lagging. Hopefully it'll resolve itself and I don't need to restart. Maybe I can just restart Photoshop itself. That might be alright. I'm also going to save. I'm going to save the file as something other than the template, because that often happens where I'm working on a template file and I'm like, oh yeah, I should save. I haven't done that, and I like hit Control S to save it, but then it just overwrites the template file, and don't need that. Really big mace. I mean, we can do that. We can definitely do that. So if he has like the staff and the mace, maybe he's got like, he's like kind of like, he could be like bringing the staff out in front of him, and he's got like the mace over his shoulder or something cool like that. It's a little more action based. Maybe he's got his like knee kind of, his hip twisted towards us more. I don't want to go too far away from this pose. I do really like that pose. Like, I'd almost just recreate that pose, but I want to reinvent it a little bit. Floats like Zenyatta. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Experience tranquility. I do love Zenyatta. Not that I'm very good at playing as Zenyatta. Okay. He could be. Just. I'm just gonna try it out. Giant morning star. Now, I feel like I'm going to do something cool with the staff, so I want to make sure that's somewhere good. Yeah, I'm not sure Zen floating in the air is quite this guy, but I will give it a. I'll give it the chance for exploration. I mean, I'm not hating this pose. He actually looks like super fit right now. Which kind of is against what he is as a concept, but might also be an interesting kind of change, because I do like to add a little bit of a twist to the characters somehow. I think I'm gonna put one of the quartz crystals in the head of the staff. Now, right now it looks like it's crazy huge and foreshortened. Maybe I don't want to go that extreme. Yeah, he's definitely got super broad shoulders. That he like he has that in his original design, and I like that about his character design. I mean, they're broader here, but I like to enhance them. Could just have like crazy floating everything. Make them look quite magical because of all the floatiness. So if we make his body kind of decrepit, but then there's gears and cogs inside his chest, which I thought was a pretty cool suggestion. That might look neat. Yeah, that's true. With his legs crossed, you don't get to see the cool designs on the robes as easily, anyways. I think we can still probably make it work, but also I don't know how to fold robes. When someone crosses their legs. Yeah. As cool as it is to have him floating, I think we can make it way cool to at least not be floating with legs crossed like Zenyatta. That's almost too just kind of like Zen, and I don't like that stuff. So I'm just gonna nuke it. Yeah, there was a suggestion for trying out Zen's pose, so I thought it'd be kind of interesting to experiment with it. So I like him being super skinny. I'm also trying out like a slightly different way to do my my sketches, at least my gesturing, and that's just to kind of draw like a noodle arm. And it looks ridiculous, but what that lets me just kind of focus on immediately and super fast is the volume of the kind of like limb, and just kind of getting an idea of like, okay, it'll fill up this space somewhere. And then when I'm kind of happy with the volumes of the character and the motion of it, that's when I can kind of like actually figure out, okay, where is the elbow, where is the hand, that kind of stuff. Um, So it can be handy for doing quick scribbles. Okay. So we got some fancy robes. Make him even skinnier than this. I think when we kind of render it out, it'll be more obvious that he's just got like a hole in his chest. Yeah, we can tatter up the robes. Those are terrible toes. Should be like bones poking out. Not that we'll get to see very much detail here because it's going to be absolutely blasted by this this ground light, which is kind of one of the design cores of this area. Is it's all underlit with this kind of like puddle of light. So he could be like raising his staff up into the air maybe, and then incanting something. Maybe something like that. Hmm. Welcome to the design phase. A lot of scribbling and erasing. Could be floating a little bit with the staff spinning underneath him. Hmm. Yeah, make the staff super heavy. Yeah, that's a good point. Like a lot of people are stating, like let's make him physically weak, but like super powerfully magical, which really fits his MO a lot more. So instead of striking some kind of cool like I'm a strong warrior pose, let's strike a cool I'm a terrifying magic user that can utterly destroy you with my mind, but I am frail and held together by the machine. So yeah, like let's lift him off the ground because that's always a way to enhance magic users here. Let's just make them float. Okay. And since he's like floating in the air, his mace is going to be like extra heavy. So what we're going to do is we're going to shift his shoulders, put the weight on this shoulder. So maybe I can just like grab his whole torso thing. Give that a little spin. Maybe shift it over a little to the right. And then the hips are going to do the opposite. They're going to counter what the shoulders are doing. So since his spine's kind of twisting like this with the shoulders pulling down, his hip's going to do this. Little magical girl pose. The knee out. I guess we can just show that this knee is higher up than the other. That should do it. Make him like super skinny here. Disturbingly so. Eat more cheese, mouse. You're too skinny. Give him like bones. Hey! Guys. Charlie. Leave Luna alone. Sorry. Cats. Maybe his hands are already rotten, so his arms are literally attached to the weapon he wields. Yep, animal issues. It's a madhouse. Okay, so the for the this area we've been working on, we've been putting a lot of kind of effort into these mice, just because, you know, they're the next coolest thing, and we're doing some pretty interesting with things with the light and the backdrop. So we're really kind of like taking them to the next level. But that also means that, you know, like design phase takes a lot longer. So for the first few mice, it was the entire day just getting the sketch figured out, which is ridiculous. But that is how it goes sometimes. Just because if you don't have a good kind of base for a drawing, it's just not going to be able to look good. You can't like build off of something that's a weak base. It'll just kind of pervade through the whole thing. At least that's how I kind of feel with it. So hopefully we'll figure out the sketch in a reasonable amount of time. I usually like to try and have the sketch fully realized by the time I go on lunch. So we'll see. All right, so I kind of like the idea of the hands-free weapon guy. Controlling it entirely with his mind. His eyes are terrifying and glowing. Got a little tuft of hair. Or maybe this one is attached to the mace, and that's why it's like pulled down so heavily. It's like, why would I do this? This is a terrible idea. I'm so weak. I don't know what this is. Just kind of trying out some shapes. Flow doesn't feel very good there. I feel like it needs to be almost pulled even more for that to work. Maybe his head needs to come forward. Again, this is the frustration of following up one of Jesse's mice, is they're already pretty awesome. If it was my own mouse from back then, I would have no problem making it much more interesting looking. This was not my creation. I think he nailed it. So. Okay, so let's focus on this arm. So we have our shoulder, we got our elbow and our hand, which is doing a pose. These skinny, scrawny fingers. Yeah, I love the idea of him being like just no muscle mass at all, just like bones. I'm gonna raise up the shoulder even higher. And then from this pose, we can kind of like have the cape really coming off of him more dynamically, which is pretty cool. So like, if it's doing something like that, it could even be curling forward actually, and then the staff could be like inside that. No. Let's hide this for now. We have a pretty good idea of where this mouse is, or what it is. All right. So if it's going to be kind of like a clockwork staff, we'll definitely, like have it be very mechanical. So I was kind of doing organic scribbles, but maybe we want a little mix. Mechanic and organic to like contrast each other or something. So let's make it skinny like him. Maybe it just has kind of like bands around it here. And then it opens into a socket, which has a quartz crystal in it. Because what are watches controlled by? Quartz. Then let's make kind of more bits come off of this and make it cooler. I have like little gear teeth cut out of this, because everything's cogs and gears in this place. The Chronomouse is kind of the mouse in the bristlewoods that controls time. Just putting the bottom off balance just to make it just slightly uncomfortable. And then I'm going to add a little bit of organic flow to it, which I'm thinking might kind of be an interesting kind of element to add to such a mechanical staff. course, this will have kind of a magic haze about it. It's a bit of a glow coming from the crystal. Okay, I think that staff is in a state that's good enough to leave for now. I like that kind of shoulder flow. Just gonna pour myself a little bit of tea. Little carrot cake tea. All right. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of the staff being top heavy just because he's so imbalanced himself. Old mouse strength that defies logic. Bottom of the robes can be like almost like dissolved. They're so old and tattered. Even though there's some nice design work in the original runes or whatever, I feel like this will be a cool element to have. Plus then we can have like these little bony toes. Just like completely dead. So he doesn't use his feet, he just floats everywhere. What's the point when you have magic as powerful as me? I definitely want some kind of design on the robe. Gold pattern in the cloak. It's kind of a nice idea. I don't think we've used kind of gold accents like that in this area yet. It'd be nice. Could probably use that if I remember to. But I like the idea of kind of these super old cloths that, you know, like only hints of what they once were remain. So like maybe it's like worn and like falling apart, but there's still some gold kind of etching that remains visible to remind you. So I don't know. Not totally sure how to handle this. It's like, why make the staff float when you can make the giant morning star float? Why have a morning star made out of material when it could be made out of magic? But I kind of like having this weighty thing. Oh, okay, I have an idea. What if these hips are definitely not too feminine? There is no such thing, first of all. But secondly, he just don't have a waist. These are very narrow hips. So yeah, historically, a lot of the most powerful mice are the ladies. It's like, what if his fingers were like creepy like this, and then floating directly beside? It's like the morning star. Also magical. Like aligned with the hand. maybe even a little behind. It's a bit of a rhythm going on with the image, which is good. You know, you kind of go here, down to here, up to here. There's this kind of ellipse shape that we have going on. So I might actually enhance that with like the cape coming in way from the bottom. Okay, it's starting to work. We'll give it a save. Yeah, I mean, I have actually created a clock pendulum mace on a character. The Gate Guardian specifically wields like a massive hunk of clock. Um, but I mean, it doesn't mean we can't use it again. It's just a different piece of the clock or something like that. It does already look like a pendulum in the sketch. But I do like the Morning Star. But yeah, if we can make sure it still looks clock-like, that'd be good. Or it could be, what about if it was like, okay, so it's got seams and plates and stuff like that, right? But like coming out of it could be more quartz crystals as the spikes, perhaps. Maybe. I don't know. Guess I should have waited until I had all the quartz figured out before I tried adding all these plates and seams. Three dimensions. How to even. Okay. I'll have it going back a little bit. I want to get a slight curve to the flow of this. Make it a little easier to lay out things on it. Okay, so we'll have crystal there, crystal there, crystal here, crystal back there, crystal here, crystal here, another one there, and one just poking out there. Big one here. And then a bunch of tiny ones. Get some on this side too. Alright, it's looking a little more menacing. These will be all cleaned up in the actual rendering anyways, so I don't need to go crazy with it. Just want to get the right impression so I feel like this is the direction I want to go, so I know if it's the direction. That seems alright. Then we can, if we want, go down the route of creating seams and bolts and stuff like that. Can I make it feel more mechanical? I don't know. Maybe that's looking ridiculous. Who knows? Rotate this a tiny bit. I think I'll figure that out when I'm actually rendering it, really. Okay. to spend too much more time on this. It's like the hand guard, I guess. Kind of working with what Jesse created. And get the butt of it. Can do the handle on some kind of like rubber or leather or something like that. Probably leather. Okay. And then what else? Maybe we want to like make the arm have gears. Just this one though. I kind of like the tail being like just bones. I think I might even make the base of this even thicker and heavier feeling. Looks like a telescoping mace. Bones made of gears. What's not to love about bones made of gears? Don't forget to oil your bones. So gear ratio wise, I put the small gears as the drivers. That means that it'll be able to do a lot of work. It'll just be very slow at it, which I think is fitting for this guy. So to raise his arm, he'll have to spin this little gear so many times just to lift this arm a little bit. But the torque will be high, which make it very interesting. I'm gonna have the skin be so thin on the hands that it's translucent. That'll be pretty gross. Especially since we have the underlighting here, I'll be able to play that up pretty good. Actually, I think I'll make all of his skin like super tight to his bones, and then like grossly translucent. Like even the eyes that glow here, he'll have like just thin. He'll just be squinting, right? But then light will be like coming out from his eyelids and stuff like that because they're just so thin. His teeth are going to be like grossly long because he doesn't maintain them. They just keep growing. Yeah, teeth could be longer, you're right. Make the ear slightly torn. Can do. Okay. We've now been painting for over an hour. I think we've gotten our sketch in a pretty decent spot. I think we'll be able to start rendering very soon. So I'm just going to do whatever finishing kind of details I can. Then I think I'm going to go on a lunch break because we are going to be going for quite a while today. So it's probably best if I get some kind of sustenance. Otherwise I will forget to eat and just keep going and end up draining myself horribly because I will be so exhausted. And lunch breaks go for a full hour. I put up a timer so you guys can know exactly when I'll return. Makes it nice and easy for you guys to go do whatever you need to do. Run an errand or play a game, who knows what. But if you just kind of keep an eye on the countdown, you'll be able to return before I do. So yeah, just think. Alright, let's take a full look back at this guy. I still want to do some stuff with like his jewelry. We don't really have anything going on there, so let's add some details to that. Okay. Kind of got this gear head now. Yeah, save. And then in the original, he's got like necklaces and kind of like a crown of things. So these bangles can be like floating as well, because magic is just affecting it. Hmm. At this point, need to be cautious. Well, actually, at all points, really, but of where details are, because certain things are going to draw the eye, and we want to be selective in how we do that. You know, like the face is a given. That one, we want to draw attention to it. It's going to do that on its own naturally. The weapons, because they're kind of floating off on their own, they'll, you know, people will look at those. They're kind of part of the subject matter. I'm going to move the head down a little bit. And now his head floats. Wonderful. I think it needs to go like way over here now. Now that I'm looking at it, Where were we before? Just to get an idea. The headless white. I think that'll do. This will actually do something interesting for us where we'll get to see kind of the neck, what that's doing. Yeah, I'm trying to get like gross tendony neck. I mean, if I brought the head out more, it would be easier to show. But I think this will probably be fine. Don't need to go overboard with it. All right, let's give it a flip. Now we can kind of see how wonky everything is. Some good wonky eyes going on here. Gotta love our wonky eyes. we'll come back and figure out all that. When we render, I think, is probably the best time. Cool. All right, give it a save. And I'm going to go on lunch just after I define the tail a tiny bit. I just want to make sure I remember to make it kind of bone-like. Okay. Save. Hide that. Thank you. I will enjoy my lunch. All right. I shall see you guys in 1 hour. Putting up the timer if I can find it. Where are you? There you are. All right. See you guys in an hour. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, so completed lunch, quest complete. Got my food XP. Hey, Charlie. Finally decided to actually say hi up here instead of just harassing Luna. Hello. Hello. I had Bommy Boys. It was a spicy pork belly bao. It was very tasty. I had 2 of them. Now I got the spicy mouth. Is this how we're gonna draw now? Just on my chest. Very cute. All right. I'm gonna need to let you down. There you go. Okay. So, where we left off, we were sketching out the white mouse. I think we're actually doing pretty good on it. As a comparison, this was the original white drawn by Jesse McGibney. Very, very good. And so we are recreating this guy as a Rift character. And I think I'm pretty happy with where he is. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop the sketch down. Feel free to, in the chat, let me know if there's any tweaks you would do. Otherwise, I'm going to start blocking in the colors, just the base silhouettes of things. And that'll allow us to start to render it out quickly. Elongate the ears a little bit so they're slimmer and more pointy. I'm worried it would get a little too cat-like if they're any pointier. They're already, honestly, pretty cat-like. I can... Let's see... Try bringing it into the liquify tool. Let's see what we can do. I can't believe how bad the liquify tool is, to be honest. Like, if you turn on any other layer while you're trying to actually use the liquify tool, it's just bad. Don't understand why they designed it the way they did. Because it continues to show you the layer you're working on, and then I'm not explaining this at all, but essentially if you're doing like a detailed piece that's multiple layers and you use the liquify tool to adjust stuff, either you can only do it where it's the single layer of the thing. So if you're trying to adjust something to fit another layer that exists, it just doesn't work. So you turn on all the layers, but then like it shows you the original as well, and it just gets gross, and I'm not making any sense at all, but like it's just there's a simple way that I would do this tool, but a little different. Oh well. Anyways, so this, I don't know, I'm making them wider if anything. I don't know. I just don't want it to be too cat-like. I'm going to leave it as it was, to be honest. Looks better with the larger ear. Yeah, maybe. Rift stuff is like an alternate kind of vein in the gameplay. Like the labyrinth is kind of like the core main thread. It's in kind of like, you know, start at Nanya, do the mountains, go to, you know, harbor, like whatever the case, whatever the order. That's kind of like main storyline stuff. The rifts are kind of like a side story arc, but I don't know. Like, I don't think they'll ever branch from Rift into another permanent area. I think Rift is always going to be Rift, and it'll just kind of be an alternate world for each of the areas that we do. Um, so they're a little self-contained because it's like as you're doing rifts, you kind of like get tools to do more rifts, whereas other areas, it's like, you know, you could be working in a law area and you get a shadow trap to take to another area that is shadow now. Stuff like that. It's, I don't know. We figure it out as we go, to be honest. But I think that's kind of the general idea, is that the rift stuff is kind of its own distinct, you know, thread. So I wouldn't say it's end game necessarily, but in a way it is, because if we kind of create like a huge, crazy, amazing end game area for, you know, like beyond Archdukes, let's pretend, then we could still technically do a rift for that area, and the rift is going to be an enhanced version of that. But that would be quite some ways away if we were to ever do that specific thing. Anyways, let's actually do art instead of rambling about things that make no sense to me. All right, so I'm gonna actually, let's grab that color. Yeah, it's a little bit more faded and less saturated. So I'm just gonna block in everything really loosely. But the beauty of digital painting is this allows me to work extremely efficiently. Can't speak suddenly. So I overpaint everywhere. As long as I'm not going outside of the actual silhouette of the character, then we're fine. Now I can just take my hard opaque eraser and just chew out some of the pieces. And this defines the texture of the material, by the way. When you kind of define an edge on a surface, it helps define the material it's made of. You can get a lot of information just from a silhouette. And the more information you can punch into a silhouette, the stronger the image is. So already, if I were to turn off the sketch, the silhouette explains that it's some kind of flowing fabric that is worn and probably quite old. And then just looking at it as a silhouette kind of gives me some inspiration as to where I might want to cause nicks and scrapes, weather this thing. Of course, some of it might be covered by other pieces like the staff, mouse, but as long as it still works in the end. That looks pretty good. Oh, thank you, Slaughtered 9090. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that. All right, so that's just the blocked in silhouette. Now, let's do the staff. And again, it doesn't matter what colors we use for any of this stuff. Because right now we are just kind of putting in the shapes so they read. And then when we actually go to render, that's when we can get the colors and materials just right. So we erase away a little bit of this. Just to create a little more visual interest here. Now because these pieces are all metal and fabricated, I want the edges to be nice and sharp. They were machined. So I'll add little edges, and then what I like to do to create sharp edges is to overpaint it and then erase away. Because I use very round brushes, and they're not very good at creating corners. Like, for example, if I made a corner here, it's a very rounded corner. But if I add a little bit to the end, use an eraser and erase away, suddenly it's a very sharp tip, as opposed to round corner. So that's just kind of a quick and easy way to do that. Little time savers. And honestly, a good way to do this would be to just use the polygon lasso tool. But I don't know, I'm just not a fan of that tool very much, so I don't tend to use it. It works great for that, but if you end up kind of like making a bad selection or misclicking, you can kind of like screw up the entire selection, and then sometimes you have to start over again. Usually you can kind of fix it using Alt-click, but yeah. I'm going to do this in 2 layers, actually. So I'll have, let's see, I'll do spokes on this. Do them right there. Oh, it's fine. But by doing 2 layers, I can have kind of an ash wood staff behind this that everything kind of clips onto. And this can be our organic shape. Again, it's quick and easy to just make an extra layer to do this, but when I actually go to render, it'll save me, a good amount of time. Just overpaint here so that when I come back, I can just erase what I need. This layer is on top of the cloak, but because of where I'm erasing, it makes it look like it's behind it. I'll just clean up that edge. Perfect. Carved from a rift blossom branch, maybe. Could be. But it's like a rift blossom branch that it like specifically like let die and wither. because whites are all about like death and decay. There we go. Okay, so that's the, yeah, actually I want this to have like thorns going on. Kind of a creepy little detail. Let's make them like thin thorns too. There you go. Nice sharp edges just by erasing away from a soft brush. Continue this up here, just so that it exists for when we need to paint over it. Maybe there's gaps in the metal where the wood will show through. I'll just do the gem on the same layer, and we'll just recolor this, obviously. Okay, now back to this layer. Actually, I have Charlie just to my my left, sitting on a little table beside me. Just she'll like sit there and just look at me and like squint her eyes and kind of fall asleep sitting up. It's very cute. This will all look a lot nicer when I actually have the background turned up again. So right now it's very light color on very light backdrop, but it's going to be a very dark backdrop up here. If I were to turn this back on, it's quite a bit darker. So it'll create some nice contrast there. There, I'll just leave a gap there. It'll look nice. Cool. All right. So then just add on this cap here. I'll just define the edge by erasing it. So that is silhouette of the staff. That looks pretty interesting. Kind of warm. All right. So next, let's do the Morning Star. Again, we're just blocking in so that we can render it out quickly later. Making sure the silhouettes read. I think we'll do a separate layer for all the gems on here, because they're all gonna kind of be a distinct color and need hard edges and all that. Yeah, so far we've been doing kind of like a yellow-orange quartz that has an internal glow. It's just kind of the direction we've taken it. So I will keep that consistent. Suck to be hit by this thing. Even if it's not very big, if it's just mouse sized, I think this would sting pretty bad. Almost got all these. It's got a lot of them. Red Bull with coffee. Jeez. Be up for a week. All right, let's see. Whole thing feels a little bit crooked. So what I might do, because it feels crooked with the actual handle. So I think I'm just gonna grab this handle and rotate it. I'll just tweak the sketch here. Same thing. Okay, so we got that madness. It's going to draw a lot of attention down to the morning star because it's going to have those glowing bits on top of the like heavy metal base. It also kind of stands alone over there, which is fine. We want to kind of like draw the eye to it, and it'll kind of lead them around. All right, so next, let us do the mouse. We're just going to use like a gray. Why not? As long as it's a different enough gray from the background. Go darker. There we go. Just gotta block it all in. Just turn off the robe for a minute. Allow me to see what my edges are doing a little easier. Yeah, I think we'll put like a magical glow around the hands to signify it's casting something, probably. Plus, I want the hands to be a detail that draws attention, so that contrast would work nicely. All right. Sorry about being so quiet through this process. Yeah, that'd be good. The gems are going to have a glow on their own. It'll be separate from the magic, I think, but they'll maybe interact, and that'd be cool. Like it's drawing the power or enhancing them, or I mean, I don't want to get too noisy with the magic and stuff. It's important to have pieces that aren't crazy all over the place doing everything at once. Let's turn off the cape again. All right, so I'm going to do another layer. That one, the next layer is going to be the mechanical pieces on the white. I'm going to have the fingers still be organic because I'm going to have a lot of fun doing the lighting on them. There's going to be very thin membrane of skin kind of around the finger, right? And since there's like no muscle mass, it's just going to be like the bone and thin, gross old skin. And we have a very strong light source coming from below, which the way the hand is orientated is going to hit the back side of it, and therefore we'll have the light coming through this thin skin here in between the fingers. And you know, if you've ever held a flashlight up to your hand and you see the light coming through your skin, it's going to be that, but like gross and veiny and enhanced. So that'll be fun. All right, let's get this rib cage. And I don't want to necessarily pick out individual ribs. I want there to be just like shriveled dry skin on a kind of like, you know, rib cage. Doesn't necessarily have to show off exactly all the ribs. It's just kind of like the barrel of the rib cage. Okay. And this area will kind of stretch. Whereas the opposite side is scrunching down, so we're going to have kind of wrinkles. Okay. I think the dress, the robe, whatever, the bottoms, they're going to be a layer on top so that I can have my kind of bony toes and tail on top of the cape, but then these pieces get covered by the leggings. We'll come back to that potentially. Now, this is going to have the same effect as the fingers, where there's kind of like a thin amount of skin connecting them. All right. I screwed that up. I was thinking of it reversed. The image is currently mirrored. Here's where the toes are. And I gotta get the orientation correct. There we go. That's much better. Okay, so let's grab a lighter red just so that we can differentiate them. Cool. Yeah, that'll work. Turn that off just so I'm not as distracted. Just turn off the toes. Charlie, what did you do? It's very loud. Okay, and I'm going to turn on the cape and add some behind here. And that's not the cape material, that's the like the robes. It's just in shadow. So I'll keep it like extra tattered just so we know that it's not the cape. Cool. All right, that's looking pretty good. All right, so now we're going to do the layer on top of the flesh, the machine layer. So we'll start with the cog. Z. And we'll just add spokes to it. Yeah, that's the thing. It's very easy to get carried away with drawing, and what I would recommend is start big, go small. Like when you're drawing, never just kind of like start detailing what you're working on. Instead, for example, what I've been doing is drawing the sketch is one thing, but like a sketch, you don't need to go crazy detailed because you can figure that out as you go. But like generally, I do like a really loose gesture, and then I'll tighten up the sketch until it's like, okay, I get that this is a gear. I don't need to like draw every edge and angle in the sketch, right? But like as long as I loosely understand what's happening in that, then that's fine. I can turn the sketch down. Eventually, it just disappears. It doesn't matter if it's highly detailed or not in that. So keep the sketch loose. It allows you to be a little more flexible in the painting process as well. Next, if you kind of just drop in the big shapes and block in things, like what I'm doing right now is a technique of that. It's, you know, creating silhouettes that I can paint in, but basically just like use really big brushes and just make it loose, and then like go over the whole thing. That's the important thing. Like do the whole piece with the loose brushes, and then get a smaller brush, and then like go over the whole thing again, and then like just keep kind of getting smaller and smaller and smaller until you are at, you know, you're happy with the level of detail. Now it's okay to go a little bit extra detail in like the face or hands, because your eyes or your brain is wired to like pay attention to that stuff more so than others. So it's nice to get a good amount of detail on that, but you can, as you're kind of processing an image, you can kind of learn how to, you know, like, oh, maybe I don't need to like get the fabric texture drawn on the entire cape, because honestly that can get really noisy and distracting. But if you imply it with the edge, that can help. And like maybe where the light changes to darkness, you can get like a little bit of texture in between that, and then it'll imply the texture across the whole surface, because that's what our brains will do. They'll just fill in details for us. But yeah, just basically work big to small, and you should be able to get, you know, a little more efficient if you work that way, hopefully. But yeah, it's very easy to get carried away. Honestly, you can do the first 80% of an image. Like, if I were to take an image to 100%, it would take like probably 10 times as long to create it. I take the images that I do for MouseHunt to about 80%. because basically when you're creating something, the first like 80% of actually creating the thing, it takes like 20% of the work. Like it's an 80-20 thing that is pretty consistent in a lot of different aspects. But basically, if you have, like if you spend, you're gonna, commit to creating an image or something, you could spend 6 hours creating it, and you get it to like 80% complete, and you could say, okay, this is good enough. This is what it reads fine. People are gonna be happy with it. But if you want to get to like that 100%, it's gonna take you another like 26 hours to do, or way more, just because that final 20% of kind of polish is gonna take so much more time. So yeah, basically, to distill down what I was trying to say in total, advice would be just work big to small, and then you can kind of decide at what point you're happy with the level of detail. And there's nothing wrong with like really kind of like getting those gritty details and like taking it to 100%. I'd love to be able to do that with all the pieces I work on, but we have a budget of time that we can only commit so much. So a lot of the mice that I was creating for this area were taking 3 days to create, and that's not something that is viable for the game, unfortunately. Like I'd love to be able to put that much time into every single piece I do, but it's just not going to work out. We need like however many mice, a lot, and if each of those takes 3 days, it's going to take forever to like build a proper area, and like we want to have new content for you guys, within reasonable timelines, and so we have to create deadlines, and so yeah, I only ever really get to take my images to that 80% level, but that's where it's efficient, I'd say, and at 80% it looks pretty okay. Yeah, maybe one day I'll be able to take something to 100%, see what that looks like. Spend basically 10 times the amount of time on it. I mean, mathematically not 10 times, but you know what I mean. Okay, so I'll just crush this whole thing as the brass color. Yeah, I'll add in the headpiece that's on this layer. Basically, this is the kind of the jewelry, the mechanical stuff. Basically, if there's stuff on top of the skin, that is going to be in this layer, probably. Yeah, I've been falling behind in my scheduled tasks. So whereas a few of the weeks it was taking me 3 days to do a single mouse, I have now gotten it down to a single day per mouse, which I'm pretty proud of. They still turn out pretty okay. They're not perfect, but they're definitely going to get the job done. They look pretty cool, I hope. Yeah, there's always more you can do on an image. I'd never actually like say any of these pieces are like complete, but it's more important to actually ship something than to have something perfect. Because even if I did a perfect mouse, I guarantee you in like a year's time, I could look back at that and just despise it. You know, just like, you know, my art wasn't great. And maybe not despise, but that's a bit harsh. But, you know, just like, could do better. You know, because you're always growing when you work on stuff. It's important to do. Should always be trying to grow at least. But if you like spend all that effort to get 100%, which is cool, I respect that. There's a good chance that later on you're just gonna be able to do stuff just as good and more efficiently, and then better. All right. I'm like trying to just kind of have commentary, but I think I've just been rambling. Okay. Got a little bit of a headpiece there. Gonna get the internals here. I could have done the gear on top as a separate layer, but I don't know how much time that would save me. I personally actually don't like to work in a lot of different layers. The fewer the layers, the better, in my opinion. But yeah, there's a trade-off of like flexibility and utility. Um, so by kind of like having a lot of different layers, you have a lot of utility, but it's kind of not as flexible. You have to like manage the layers and, you know, kind of make sure you're in the right one when you're working. Eventually it can become a lot, and so at some points I might just flatten a group of layers together. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure that that looks like it's a you know, a hole inside the chest or something like that, as opposed to just gears sitting on top. Actually might do that gear on top. I won't bother. I won't bother. Okay, let's finish this cape. Cool. Okay. I think that's pretty much all the blocking and we need to do. Silhouette-wise, I think that's a pretty clear and awesome silhouette, to be honest. I like that. You know, like, even at a small size, I think that that can read, which, again, is super important. So I feel like we're going to have a really nice image by the end of this. So I'm going to give this a save. I'm going to give this a flip. Ooh, that tea is like even better cold. Nice. Ooh. Yeah. All right, it's only 2:30. Started at 11, took an hour for lunch. So, you know what? We're doing pretty good. Only 2.5 hours spent on this mouse in total. I think we'll be fine to finish by 6, which is my goal, because I want to complete basically on my schedule, my docket. I have to have 4 mice done this week to catch up to where I was. I've already done 3, so we're gonna get this one done today, even if it destroys me, which I'm sure this mouse would be pleased about. All right, so what I might do is try out like a little kind of new technique I've been experimenting with. So I'm learning about composition in a correspondence class I'm taking. I'm doing an online art class again. I'm currently in the 2nd week of it, basically. So very early in. It's a 9-week thing, so it's not long. But in it, the lesson we're working on right now is doing composition stuff and kind of like leading the viewer's eye and stuff like that. So one of the things that I'm experimenting with is kind of picking out where I want the eye to go and developing the kind of textures and light and atmosphere to kind of draw the eye around. Now, compositionally, I've already laid it out in a way that's going to work. For example, I'll just do layer on top. So, like, a head on a character is almost always going to just draw the eye anyways. But he's going to have, like, glowing eyes. So that's going to kind of bring your attention. This mace is going to be hard to miss unless I want it to fall back, in which case what I would do is I would have the metal be pretty lit from this light source, which would make sense. It's very close to the light source, which is the brightest light in the image. But I'm down with, attention being brought to it. So we can have like a decent contrast here of a darker metal with lighter glowing bits, and then like the magic that's kind of around it can kind of increase that contrast or decrease it if we want. Depends on how we want it to go. And then of course this staff I also want to draw the attention. So right now we have kind of like 3 major elements which the eye is going to look at, and I actually want it to kind of flow like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create high contrast on that edge there, down here. So it's going to draw the eye around. And then if I do like keep high contrast on the toes here, so it's like dark and dead, and like lots of kind of contrast in here, and maybe the edge of the cape here. Basically, it'll kind of create this circle. And then I'm hoping that if I do kind of like more subtle details in here, as your eye is kind of like bouncing around between stuff, you'll pick up these nice little details, but like not everything is going to be screaming for your attention at the same time. So like the gears in the chest, you'll kind of like notice those, and that detail will kind of like be a little more subtle, but nice. So that's my plan for how I want to kind of light it. And I have a very strong light source down here, so it's gonna kind of like hit things pretty hard. Oh yeah, and the hands are also gonna draw a lot of attention, to be honest, because hands do that too. But it's all underlit, so it's gonna be hard to not have these be relatively bright, but that's fine. I think that's how I want it to go. All right. So that's like just giving you an idea of where my brain is for planning out how to render this. I think I'm going to turn the backdrop up to 100%. So now I can kind of see, what pops out, what doesn't. I'm going to lock transparency on things. There we go. Boom. Suddenly that crystal is going to draw a lot of attention. Let's use my chalk brush. Boom. And so right now I'm really going to loosely block in everything, but thanks to creating everything on like their own kind of cutout layers, it's going to be really easy to do. Okay, so let's check out the cape. I don't want to go too bright and saturated, I don't think. The top of that is going to be in shadow because it's facing away from the kind of light below, right? And the light that hits this is going to go a little bit more yellow or orange because it's, that's the color of the light source. Oh, geez, look at that leg. And again, I'm really just trying to block this in as sloppily and loosely as possible, because if I can do this really kind of quick and easy, oh, wrong layer, it'll allow me to spend more time refining it, and it'll allow me to figure it out much quicker and without locking in specific details. Like if I don't like how something's going, I really don't feel bad about repainting it because I spent like a few seconds just kind of blocking it in. Okay, so we wanted like gold accents on the robe somewhere, which I think would look nice. So just kind of really loosely block that in. Just imply that there's shadow on the knees. Get that even darker. Cool, and it's like casting shadows onto the cape above, which feels good. Yes, there are a lot of red capes. Red capes are the color of capes. Actually, I can't even think of any cape that isn't red. I blame Superman. can hear that Wash is having a dream. Cool. Okay, so let's get this mace. Make it like really dark color. That way everything kind of just really stands out on it. It's kind of like dirty bronze thing going on. Don't want it to be that bright. Let's saturate this more. Yeah, there we go. Again, this is just like scribbling in the details. We're not actually locked in on any of this. The toes would definitely end up picking up a lot of light, but I think I might want to try and make them, you know, kind of like fight it a bit to like create some interesting contrast. Basically, I do want the toes to have really good contrast, so we'll figure out how to do that. Okay, so first I'm gonna have just like the light just cutting through these pieces. So it's just like the bones are visible, right, through the skin. And we might not go with this. This is, you know, an experiment. Then might be too much. A lot of my art is just kind of figuring it out as I go. Don't necessarily have a plan for how I want it to work. Just gonna experiment until something works. Okay, let's try this on the hand. Maybe I don't want them to go that red. Maybe it's actually maybe it doesn't have like oxygenated blood pumping through it. Let's see, purple and yellow, pretty opposite. So maybe the color that punches through is just kind of like an orangey gray. I think it should be more on the red side. Excuse me. Chair is making noise. So I don't know, maybe like eerie green eyes. That kind of undead feel. No, it's just my chair. My chair scraping against the table leg. Let's do a layer on top of the robes. We can add a little golden details. And first I'm just gonna lay it out everywhere, and then after we can kind of selectively pick and choose what stays and what goes. It's like as if this was like a brand new robe. Oh. Get a bit of a flow going with the details on the robe too. Rhythm, as it were. Oh yeah, Roman numerals. So much for subtle detail. Yeah, I did forget to post the other mouse from the other week. I don't know if I'll post the chrono. Maybe I will let that one wait until you guys get to see it in game. Those of you who were here got a little teaser, I guess. This one I will post, though. Yeah, I'm going to have the hands remain dark. But if I do something like this, that's not the color I chose. If I do something like this, give me that mint green. Yeah, using that backlight effect can make the hands pop out even though they're kind of, really dark. So we could do that if we want. Let's go to these details right now. Just trying to get some interesting kind of shapes and details showing up in here. Don't want to necessarily go too crazy. Oh man, apparently my chat's being disconnected. Hopefully that doesn't mean that the stream's being down. Chat's been disconnected forever. There we go. Reconnected. Dry gears are the worst. So true. Yeah, I've drawn a lot of gears over the past little bit. A lot. We'll get this. Yeah, I'll figure that one out in a bit. Right now it's drawing way too much attention though. Maybe I'll just make it an extension to the cape. Who knows? Who knows? For now I'll do that. Get a little finer control using this brush. The chalk brush is fun for creating texture and getting happy accidents, but when doing machinery type bits, it's probably not a bad idea to have good control over that. I'll drop the sketch down to like 10%. It's being way too bright or way too strong for a while. We need to influence the image less. Yeah, I'll probably touch up, most things. Right now I'm just kind of trying to get everything just blocked in with the right idea so that I can assess what needs attention, what doesn't. Some parts I want to kind of just fall away and, not be that visible. Ugh. Ugh. All right. Can tell we're getting there because there's very little commentary and the chat is very quiet. Yeah, it kind of it comes down to what material kind of quality I want it to have. Do I want it to be like, you know, rotted and kind of just losing all of its saturation? Yeah, it's not an easy one. Because honestly, this is a very bright light source. It should be potentially just washing it all out. Yeah, I don't know how much I like that. Rotate the club away from the mouse. Sure, let's try that. I kind of think it might work this way because I have the arm going in that direction. I have the club following suit, but who knows? Let's try it. Yeah, that works for me. Oh yeah, you're talking about the finger. Kind of have it doing a hyperextension. I can bring it in though. Why not? This one, right? Yeah, it's going for a bit of an extreme hypertension thing. It's also like the angle is you're seeing kind of the top face of it, so it can spread out quite a bit. I mean, if anything, the thumb probably doesn't spread out that far. No worries. Near the end, it becomes all about those slight adjustments, you know? Let's get a little bit of a glow behind these. See how that does. Let's see. Soft brush. Now, should this be overlay screen? I think we'll go with normal for now. Let's turn off the sketch completely at this point. Okay, and then I can just kind of soften it up in some parts. And then let's bring in some of those details that might be fun. I haven't flipped it for a while now. Thanks for hanging out, Slaughter. Have a good time at the gym. Glad you stuck around as long as you did. You've pretty much seen most of it. I think at this point it is that, you know, just polish stage. Just kind of figure out, you know, what details we can enhance a little bit here and there. And just keep fiddling with it until basically 6 o'clock. Maybe we'll be able to finish before then. It is 4 o'clock now. Well, 10 to 4. It's maybe only another hour. I think we're in a pretty good spot with it though, so. It's a neat idea. Yeah, I think can get honestly some, because it's a bit of a thicker cape potentially, so get kind of the edge light being shot up on it. But also maybe we'll add some kind of like runes to it. First, I'm going to do some rim light on it. Just help kind of define the shapes a bit. The mouse needs this too. Perhaps lock the mouse layer. Eh? Go a little bit cooler. For the mouse. Get all them wrinkles in here. Is a clock Roman numeral for 4 that? Really? Interesting. Interesting. Maybe on some clocks. Some silly clocks. Ugh, I don't like that this brush comes with a color. Do not include color. There we go. I don't know about that. All right, let's give it a save. Good. So there's supposed to be that, and then that. But then what about 9? You know? Oh, shoot. I fucked up. Threw me off. I mean, well, that is supposed to be 3, 4, 5. Oop, 5. Brain farts. Then yeah, is it like that, and then like that? Bam. See, I think I would definitely prefer that. That's just me, though. In the MouseHunt universe, the clockmakers aren't ridiculous. Well, actually, maybe they are. In some kind of weird clock world. Yeah, I think this is the orientation we're going to keep the character at. That'd be pretty silly though if it was all like reverse Roman numeral clock. I mean, honestly though, in the Rift, maybe that is how it works because it's like a different reality. Everything is weird. Okay, one thing I want to do is take a quick look at this in grayscale. So let's take a look. All right, so we lose the cape against the background, which I feel like we probably want to keep that flow, right? So what we could do is A, brighten the cape, which works because we have the light source to do that, or B, darken the cape. And perhaps we want to drop down this magic effect a tiny amount. Yeah, I'd say let's at least lighten up the cape a bit. So grab our luminosity brush. Actually, use the chalk brush, set it to luminosity. Grab this level of lightness. Just kind of pump it up here, but mainly on the edges. See there, it really kind of picks it out quite a bit better. So it's going to read. Take the shadow back for the cast shadow from the staff. Okay, might even brighten up just the edge again. All right, I think I'm going to have the chest kind of fall into more shadow here on this side. Have them kind of merge together a little bit more. I'm going to have the cape kind of darken here too. Just going to have these things kind of meld into each other a little bit more. Yeah, there should be light and shadow on the holes and tears. You're right. I mean, it kind of depends on what angle we're seeing it at. We don't want to get too crazy granular detail. We can actually get a little bit of light coming from the staff. Just a tiny amount. Knock it back even. Just enough to pick up that edge a little bit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it helps the holes read more by kind of edging the highlights at least. Um, okay. So yeah, looking at something in grayscale is a good way to just kind of check to see what reads and what doesn't read. It's a handy little trick I like to use. Just gonna darken the middle of the cape a little bit more. Bring that up a bit. Okay, I actually almost want the arms to be a little more silhouetted in total. Let's try that. Yeah, I don't like that. I'll keep it as it is. Actually, I have an idea. Okay, so let's see, what layers can I crush down? So I'm gonna just do a new layer on top of this one, create a clipping mask, then do that, and now I'll erase away what I want to kind of read. Yeah, I kind of like the silhouette on the magic effect to just really cut it out, you know, like it looks pretty good in the grayscale, and then I think it still stands up in the colored render. Yeah. Okay. Just starting to add in, get to the point where it's just little details. So what if we had the like bolts here? Even get kind of like some of the light bouncing off. I think it'll actually happen even more so on the parts where it's kind of rolling away, where the planes are kind of further away from us because the Fresnel effect. Just give a little separation. Not that it would necessarily have it. Just think it might help it to read a little cleaner. This one's kind of also. Cool. All right. I'm gonna get this kind of rim light on the robe here. Let's get a little lighter and less saturated with it over here. I just wanted to make the point on the staff a little menacing, I think, a little off-center and awkward. Although technically it is very much more centered because of the, the heavy piece on the right of it. So it does actually kind of keep it balanced feeling. Yeah, no, it's just a little more menacing, I think. Mice are all a bit posturing, so they can be more menacing. They do it. I think I'm going to get darker shadows in here. Thanks very much, Squippo. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think I'm actually getting pretty close to the final details. Might wrap it up in the next few minutes. If there's anything that you guys can think of to tweak, do tell me and I will do my best. Thanks. Thank you very much. Yes, definitely going to need to choose a thumbnail. I'll have you guys help me with that. Let's see. little warmer on the face. Got some nice subsurface scattering going on here. Yeah, that hand might be a good thumbnail. Do we need more folds in here? Oh yeah, the center of the headpiece be a gem. Yeah, I forgot about that. Let's do like a purple gem. To go with that death magic look he's got going. It's a pretty good shot, but unfortunately that is too big. It won't read at 50 by 50, which is unfortunately the size it will be at. That does look nice. I think maybe the hand or the chest cogs. Nah, not the chest cogs. I mean, the face is always a good one, but I think we can do something. Thank you, though. Thanks for the suggestion. I'm always interested to see what other people's ideas are. Yeah, I just think that if shrunk down to 50 by 50 GIF, that's just unfortunately not going to be able to read. Because there is often times I'm like, oh man, this would make such a good thumbnail, but yeah, it's just too tiny. Them's the breaks. Do we want some of the etching here to be dissolved? I think just the tiniest amount. Just the tiniest amount. It's true. Yeah, that's a good point. That would work pretty good as just like a promo piece. Maybe the news post. I think this cog is drawing a little too much attention to itself. I think we can tone this bad boy back a bit. I do like it having that sharp highlight over top of the chest cogs because it'll draw the eye to those, which I dig. Yeah, this is starting to get into that beyond 80% phase where you're like just doing all the nitty gritty. Kind of little pushes and pops of light to enhance things. So I could be doing this for the next like 2 days easily. There's a lot I could fiddle with, but I'm not going to. I think that I'm going to call the image complete here. Well, at least the mouse rendering. So now at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to tweak the background a little bit. Let's give it a save. We're going to give it all fresh new cogs. We're going to get rid of the motes there. Maybe even, no, we'll just flip this one. Okay, stretch it out a tiny bit. No, shrink it in a bit. And let's just soften it a little bit out at the sides. Still going to remain hard-edged here. Cool. All right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to create a layer below that, grab our ash brush, pull this into a more kind of orange, make it nice and big, zoom out, and just kind of let it speckle itself away. Grab that yellow, go a little smaller, a little tighter. Cool. All right, now I'm going to bring in my soft eraser, erase it around the face a little bit. Maybe take it away from the back of the cape and underneath the light. So this is kind of like dust motes effect. I'm going to actually do that with green over here now. A little bit of purple. And again, just going to pull that back a bit. Just kind of creates a bit of atmosphere. Getting thirsty, but I'm nearly done. So, all right, I'm going to pop layer on top, grab my main brush. Let's soften that. Just add a couple of manual motes. Charlie's sitting beside me with her eyes closed. So cute when she does that. I don't want it to be this hard. These motes just kind of help draw the eye, I think. I'm actually going to do layer on top. Okay. Pop that into grayscale for a second. I think I want to darken the tail just a bit. I want more of a silhouette going on. Okay. Maybe I need a little more green around the mace. Kind of helps wielding it. Got a lot of magic going on this guy. I think maybe might need to start to go a little green on this rim light now. Just a bit. Save. Okay, so now what we need to do is create a bunch of gears in the backdrop. So I have a fancy set of brushes that Lauren made. They're pretty great. So let's use this one. Let's grab a better color for that first. There's that one. Let's set up a wheel here. And then I'll do a different layer. Put this one behind. Make it slightly darker. Pretty good. Who knows if you can actually see any of this. My favorite one is this one, the thin. Feels the most clock-like. Go nice and light with this one. And do another one here. And then let's get a clock hand in here. We'll just slide that up a little bit. Perfect. Okay, so lock transparencies on this one. Grab my chalk brush and let's just kind of darken those a little bit. Just want them to fall into obscurity a little bit more. This one I think I might actually make go darker than the background. Yes. Pull that back. And pull that back. Awesome. And there I think we have our creation. Let's give it a final save. All right, so now we need to convert all the files, get it all ready. Okay, so first, I'm just going to make a duplicate of it. Then, I'm going to go through, find all the, all the things I can crush down. Perfect. All right, so set all that to grayscale. Lock transparencies on this. Boom. All right, and then the backdrop is going to get flattened. Strip all the color to that and drop it down to 70%. And this looks pretty cool like that actually, but let's just do screen or lighter. We'll do screen and then drop it down just a little bit. Just a touch. Now we have our silhouette for this character. So I'm just going to output it as a JPEG. Okay. Put this one, JPEG as well. All right, now just need to turn off the backdrop on this one. Got to get rid of a few layers though. Gotta find the right ones. Get rid of that one. I think that's fine. That one's pretty okay. This one needs to drop down a bit. It's like a very dark green that's going on there. I don't know if I like that. Same with this. All right, good enough. I don't know if we'll ever use this image anyways. So this one's going to be our transparent PNG. Use these for promos and stuff like that. Okay. I have to undo everything. Good enough. Okay. Now we get to do the fun one. Thumbnail. So one suggestion is doing like the magical hand. It's not bad. Face, of course, is pretty easy. That one works. The staff might be nice. Kind of like that. Ace plus hand, probably too big. That might work. It's pushing it. The teeth, just the teeth. Get one of those detail shots. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. I do like that. Could just be the eyes. Ooh, creepy. I am kind of liking the spear. It's kind of like, what's happening? What is this magical thing? It's a very symbol, you know. The teeth is pretty good. Oh yeah, the chest. I didn't try the chest. Yeah, the eyes look good. I don't know if the chest is going to read. It's hard to tell what it is. I mean, you see the cogs, but you're not like, oh, that's a chest. You know, there's just like cogs embedded in something. That's kind of cool, actually. That doesn't read. So what do you guys think? There's a couple of options. Just a foot. Nah. hand with the bracelet. Ooh, that works pretty good too. Squippo's got them teeth. Yeah, I mean, what was it between? I like that hand. The other hand doesn't work so great. So I feel like we have... Oh, sorry, Charlie. I didn't mean to bump you. We have like the hand, the staff, the teeth, the eyes, the chest, and I don't think any of the others really work too great. I guess that hand works okay. Tell me in the chat, what do you prefer? I will cuddle with Charlie until you are ready. The cat as the thumbnail. Dennis, where's my straw pull? It's probably working on it right now. I can make one. Oh, good old reliable Dennis. All right, there we go. So we have staff, chest, hand with bracelet, mace hand, eyes, and teeth. Follow that link and let's see some votes. All right, Charlie, what are you going to vote on? So far we have one vote. Not a lot of people left in the chat, maybe, or in the stream. Has been going on for quite some time. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, uh-oh. Ooh, we got a lot for the eyes. People liking them eyes. Oh, wait, no. Is it eyes? Yeah, it's eyes. Okay. And Charlie is now voted. All right. I'm going to grab some water. And when I come back, we're gonna settle it. I think it's pretty strongly going for the eyes, though. The staff might catch up, but we'll see. I'll be back. All right, pretty sure the eyes have got it. More than double any of the other ones. So we're going to do the thumbnail of the eyes, which is cool. I think it looks really awesome. So let's get nice and tight in on there, though. Kind of show off them wrinkles. Get a bit of the nose, bit of the jewelry detail. It's pretty creepy. Cool. All right. So do our little 1 pixel black border around it, as is standard. Output as a GIF. No transparencies. Save, and then the final format is 1500 by 1500. Let's just bring it up here. Sure, good enough. And not a GIF. Make you a JPEG. Save _OG. Alright. And there we have it. Another mouse bites the dust. So we're going to throw this one on the art page right now because I don't want to forget. Photos. MouseHunt. Add photo. Cool, good enough. I can edit that post if I care to, but it seems fine. Alright, it is up on my page. Compressed all horribly. Nice. Nice, nice. Okay, so that is the stream for today, you guys. Thank you so much, as always, for hanging out. It's a pleasure to draw with you guys. And I will see you guys again in probably 2 weeks' time. So make sure to tune in next Friday for regular Feedback Friday with Dave. I'm sure there will be lots of very interesting questions he wants to ask and get feedback from you guys on. I believe probably pertaining to the new area that we're working on. So it should be pretty exciting stuff. Might take some of your input, put it in the game. In general, probably just getting a lot of good feedback from you, maybe showing off some cool ideas or features or who knows what we're going to do. But it's going to be a blast, so tune in next week, and I will see you guys again real soon. So thanks so much again for hanging out. You guys are the best. All right. Happy hunting. Have a safe weekend. Bye for now.